Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Um, so, redesigning Arceus today. Um, this is a challenging one for a number of reasons. Hello, Gano. Hello, Didac. Hello, Charon. Srithan. And I saw some other people who were messaging earlier. Max Power, Lig, Don't Panic, and Chiago. Hello. So this is going to be a challenging one for a number of reasons. The first one is that the origins of the original Arceus, are very vague. Like it references a lot of like different cultures. I should say first that the origins of Arceus, like as a concept, are very multicultural, and there's many like very specific things that you can like reference to specific cultures, like the idea of the world egg, of the original spirit, of primordial chaos, all of that kind of stuff. It's very multicultural, but then when you get to the design itself, those references aren't as obvious. They're not as easy to find. So Arceus kind of looks a little bit sort of like a Kirin, which is sort of a dragon with the feet of a deer, and it has scales, and it has the head of a horse. It's a sort of a chimera. But that doesn't have a very strong connection to creation stories, so I'm not necessarily going to stick with the idea of the Kirin. The more kind of obvious part that it has as inspirations of from various cultures is the wheel. Let's call it that. The wheel on its midsection that it references a whole bunch of different things. But the things that I know it references come from Buddhism, from Shinto, from Christianity, Abrahamic religions. So it's really all over the place, and I think that's on purpose. That it should be very very multicultural. But basically, aside from that, there isn't really anything that I feel exists in the original that necessarily needs to stay. Like the wheel kind of needs to stay, not necessarily in its existing form, but it needs to have that kind of wheel in some way. Other than that, I think it's an all fair game, which is why it's very difficult to figure out which direction to go in. I've looked into a lot of different creation stories and just animals that are associated with creation in different ways. So I'll show you my sketches in a moment. I also brought here, just for reference, the other two Pokemon of the trio. There are some design similarities there, but I really do not like any of these Pokemon. I don't think that they really work as designs very well, any of them. In particular, Dialga and Palkia, I think that they do not convey the concepts that they are supposed to represent. So there's some things in there, but it's just this really, really vague in how Dialga represents time and how Palkia represents space. It's just too vague, and I think they are ugly, which is like maybe the more important part. I just think that they are all ugly. I have no connection, no affection for the way they look. Dialga looks cool, but that's it. And all three of them have these elements that are more organic, like more animalistic, and also these elements that are almost like mechanical or artificial that like I don't really get why. So yeah, basically everything is fair game to change, except for the wheel, although its specific form might change. And I also brought here the beta Arceus. So on the far left here, just making sure that we're that you're seeing it the same way I am. Yeah. So on the far left here, that's the sprite, the beta Arceus sprite that was included, that was discovered in a leaked beta of Diamond and Pearl. Probably one of those games, but I don't remember specifically which one it was. And a lot of people really liked that because of the simplicity of it, the kind of formlessness, the half-manifested look of it. And I really like the idea of that as well. And then we also have the artwork that Rachel Briggs did, which is this electric one and the water one that's to the right there. Because the beta Arceus, the sprite is the same, but it had color variations for every plate. So it the idea or what like the interpretation is, I guess, is that in each of those forms it's still a kind of formless manifestation, but it's specific to that type. So there's the electric one and the water one, and I really like that idea, so I definitely want to incorporate that somehow. Yeah, that's about it that I wanted to talk about where I am getting my ideas from. And I'll show you the sketches that I did ahead of time, and you guys can let me know what you think. Because I was trying to think of different animals, not necessarily a Kieran, but try to think of different animals that would represent creation in different ways. So you can see on the bottom left of all the different ones that I've that I considered animals that I found were connected to creation in various cultures. But the ones that I tried here, I tried the whale, and the one that I really liked was the bison. That it really just accomplishes a lot of the things that I wanted out of it. By the way, I hope that none of you have said anything since Gano said hi Shed, because my chat has not updated. So but I'm getting worried because I've talked a lot, and so I'm gonna jump out here on my chat and jump back in. And okay, now I see a whole bunch of new messages that I missed. So let me catch up with them, because for some reason my chat was not updating. So there we go. Hello Kaihatsu. We stand Arceus the multicultural. Yes. The symbolism is a lot more subtle in Dialga and Palkia. Very. Probably a little too subtle, at least in my opinion. Gano likes the idea of keeping its space the same because that is kind of like Dialga and Palkia. I want also to have something connection to the Lake Guardians visually. Yeah. I don't like any of those Pokemon. I don't like the Lake Guardians either, so I'm not really concerned with keeping it consistent with existing designs. That if I was taking the time to redesign all of them, I would significantly change all of them. So yeah, I'm not super concerned with keeping them consistent with existing designs. Charon says, oh no, not the beta. I don't know why. I think the beta is great. Well, not, like, it's incomplete and it's unfinished, obviously, but like the idea of it I really like. It is literally a random splotch placeholder, and people like it because it is a good half manifestation of that original spirit. That, like, it makes sense. So, was it gonna, was the idea to keep it like that, and that was just a very rough sprite? Or was it just a placeholder because they didn't know what they were gonna do? I don't know, but whatever that was, it works. Unfinished, but the idea that it conveys works very well. Yeah. Whale Arceus, Vulture Arceus. I did consider a bird, yeah, like a crow or a raven, or an eagle, and there's other birds that are associated with creation as well. But doesn't. I couldn't figure out a way to do it that fits with the ideas that I'll talk about here once I catch up with the chat, which I think I just did. Yeah. So maybe making it not look too much like a specific animal would make it feel more deity-like. I think that's part of it as well. That it having that that not fully manifested, that kind of vague energy or whatever, that helps it feel more godlike. Rather than, and it, not even just like not being a recognizable animal, because existing Arceus isn't a recognizable animal, but just if it has a very specific form, that already makes it seem less godlike. So I like the idea that it's a very kind of formless thing, or partially formless thing. So the buffalo, the reason I like the buffalo so much is that for the people of the plains, the Sioux, the Lakota, that kind of thing, the bison was not just a symbol of creation, it basically was life itself. Because literally everything that they got was from bison, except for like water, I guess. But they would eat bison. They would use the leather for making all kinds of things, including their housing, I guess. Their bones would be made into tools. So like literally everything was made from bison, and so the bison kind of represents life itself. Without the bison, they could not live, and that's also part of why the bison was nearly hunted to extinction by European settlers, to be clear, because that wanted to eradicate Native Americans. So the bison is like the symbol of everything comes from that, and so I think that works really well with the creation, multicultural creation god as well. I do worry a little bit about making it too North American, but the idea is that the head and that kind of mane, very shaggy part of the front of the bison body, that would be the formless element of it, and then the wheel would be on there somehow, functioning as the wheel, as all of the different symbolism that it has, but also functioning as a halo. The idea of the eye is for it to be more a single eye in the middle of the forehead, kind of looking like an unknown eye, for that connection, to play into that connection as well, but also to just make it look like a more all-seeing kind of god type of thing. But what I was thinking, what I was concerned about, is it being a very North American reference for a Pokemon that was introduced in a Japanese region, and so I want to try a version of this bison approach that I have as a bear instead. So because the bear was associated with creation by the Ainu people, who are like the natives of Hokkaido, so where Sinnoh is based. So that would make more sense. I don't know if it'll work as well, but it's worth trying. A kind of grizzly bear approach, or a grizzly bear design to that same kind of bison approach that I have there. Why'd you get the idea of a whale, Arceus? Because I was thinking of different animals that represented creation or I was researching different animals that represent creation in various cultures, and whale was one of them, and that I thought would work quite well visually. Could it have more Sylvala inspirations because Sylvala was modeled after Arceus? I think it's more the other way around, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to base Arceus on Sylvala if Sylvala is based on Arceus. So I don't really want to be restricted with existing designs, especially designs like Sylvala that we already changed, right? Like, they're designs that I'm not super happy with. So yeah, I don't want to restrict myself with things that I already don't like. Your unknown redesign have anything to do with this one? Not the unknown redesign, but the idea of the unknown eye being the central eye on the middle of the forehead. That's the connection. And a bison can have a beard. Connor really wants the God Pokemon to have a beard. I don't think it'll have a beard, but maybe. Arceus should have been question mark type. I agree. Question mark type should have been the basic, but I guess the way that Pokemon does it, it's basically normal isn't a type. Normal is typeless, right? It's sort of treated like that. So it should have the 1,000 arms as mentioned in the Pokedex. Not all of them, obviously. I think the 1,000 arms can be more metaphorical. Rather than literal. It doesn't need to have arms. It's more like the ways, the 1,000 arms I think it refers more to the ways that it interacts with, that it controls, shapes, models the universe, that kind of thing, and not necessarily that it would have physical arms that it molds with. So yeah. Kaihatsu, oh yeah, I was talking to Kaihatsu earlier, who helped me figure out some of the concepts for Arceus that were important to keep. So one thing I forgot to mention in our conversation earlier is that the jewels are probably something taken from the Qilin. There is a lot of references to them as bejeweled in Chinese literature. Okay. For the jewels, I'm thinking of replacing the jewels with slots for the plates to go into. So that means I need to have... It's supposed to be 17, but 17 is just a stupid number because there's no normal plate. So I'm thinking either 18, because that's the number of types, or 16, because that's the number of plates that existed before the Pixie plate, which is when Arceus was introduced anyway. So either 16 or 18 slots for the plates to go into. And maybe the plates will be... maybe we'll redesign the plates themselves to be more like jewels. But yeah, that's the idea. Pokemon can have no type in special situations, but that doesn't give it stab or any immunities, resistances, and weaknesses. Yeah, which is what question mark type used to be. Question mark type had no no immunities, no weaknesses, no resistances, no stab, no anything. Which is like a burn-up fire type becomes essentially the same as a question mark type. I would advise against giving it a number of anything to match the number of types, considering we got no types in Gen 6. A new type 6 gens in still. Well, yeah. I just, like... I wanted to incorporate the plates into the design somehow, and I figured that doing that, turning the jewels into slots for the plates, that was a good way to do it. So like, once you give Arceus that plate, it slides into that slot and gives that type power to the Arceus, and the kind of formless part of it becomes a manifestation of that specific type. And if you manage to put all of them in, then it's like complete Arceus. like Zygarde. So I'm gonna start with doing. You've already seen this bison approach here, so I feel like I don't need to redo it right now. Maybe I will. Yeah, I'll redo it. I'll redraw it, and then I'll also attempt a bear version of that, and we'll see. We'll go from there. There's a lot of different things that I want to try as well, like of specific details, but. Rubber type Arceus. I hope that this Arceus will be a sound Arceus. By the way, how does everyone pronounce Arceus? Do you pronounce Arceus or Arceus nowadays? Because it's one of those things that has kind of changed, right? So the like official pronunciation of it has changed. So Connor says RKS, Megan says Arceus, Kyle says Arceus, Sea Dragon Gamer pronounces it Arceus. I've heard that before. I don't know, like I think it's a joke pronunciation from what I understand, but I don't know what the origin of that is. Hard K sounds all the way. Do you intend for your redesign to have unique designs per type as opposed to just different colors? That's the one thing that bothers me about the official design. Yeah, well, that was part of the reference, part of why I brought up the beta variations that Rachel did, where she was doing variations of what it would look like in the different types. I'll bring it up again. So this electric one and this water one are just two examples, but basically that kind of formless body, formlessness from the original beta, the interpretation, because it has different colors depending on the plate that it's holding, is that the entire formlessness becomes a representation of that type, and so that's also what I have in mind. Arceus or Arceus, I guess, because it sounds like arcane. MAJTV fans know it as Arceus. Yeah, I've heard him say that as well. I also don't know what the origin of that is. I go with Arceus because it's like that in Japanese. Yeah, that hard K, so it doesn't sound like a bad word to British friends. Yeah. I think that's why they changed it, right? The official pronunciation. I think that's why they changed it, because it sounded too much like Arse. I call it Arrakis, the desert planet. Why a bear? Like, why do I want to make it? The current one is more bison, but the reason to do it as a bear, which is what I will try next, is that bears are associated with creation in Ainu cultures, which is the Ainu are the native people basically of Hokkaido, which is what Sinnoh is based on, and so it makes sense to focus on that. Whereas the bison, which, even though I really like the idea, it is more of a very North American influence. But it is also a very multicultural design, so like it's not necessarily a bad thing for it to have some native North American influence in there. I seem to be the only Brit not bothered by the original pronunciation. I don't know why it would bother anyone. I guess I can see it bothering the Pokemon Company because it would be like, arse, you know, that kind of thing. But other than that, yeah, I don't see a problem with saying Arceus. I don't know why it bothers them. There's plenty of gods that kind of act like an arse in scriptures. Yes. That too. The wheel itself, I will do a version here, but the wheel itself is something that I definitely want to play around with and have try different versions of it and see what works best, what you guys like as well. So this version would have 16 slots for plates, because it would be one on here and one on here for every spoke. But we'll try different versions of that. So I like this one a lot. It's very close to and maybe the wheel needs to be a little bit smaller, like the spokes can be less prominent, but I like this one a lot. Now let me try a bear version of that. A chariot wheel to represent Buddhism. It comes from the wheel comes from the wheel of chakras, which is from Buddhism. So I like the idea of having a ring of stars that changed color for type. A ring of stars. The bison can also still be multicultural, as bovine creation myths are present in a lot of places. Yeah, it would just be less related to cows and bulls, and more specifically the bison. But yeah, it is also still pretty multicultural. But I do like the idea of a bear as well. I believe the bears that they have in Hokkaido are brown bears, which are the same species. Not the same species, but the same subspecies. Or, sorry, not the same subspecies, but the same species as the North American grizzly bear. So it actually works really well because the grizzly bear has that hump, right? So it also, you know, maybe it would have a like longer head, but it would also have that big that big hump in the middle, or like at the shoulders, that could also have the same kind of shape as the formlessness that I gave the bison. Kyle's idea. I must have missed it. What if it had a ring of stars that go around it? They could then change colors depending on the type. Okay. But then where does the wheel go? Like, does it have the wheel and the stars? Does the wheel still have its jewels? That's my question, I guess. As I understand it, the divergent point caused by the ultimate weapon is what differentiates universe with fairy type from universes without fairy type. I can see that being an interpretation of it. I would be very surprised if that was something that Game Freak did on purpose, honestly. I guess the difference is that if it's more of a bear, it doesn't have horns, and maybe it has ears instead. The stars have wheels round them like atoms. That would be a bit excessive, I think. I think having the default body coloration looking kind of like the inside of Cosmo and Lunala and Solgaleo face, having it a dark blue void with stars scattered about. That's more or less what I was thinking for the formless part of it. Although, I don't know if I want it with like a galaxy, like stars and stuff inside of it, because it's supposed to be formlessness, right? It's supposed to represent the primordial chaos. And so having the stars in there, that stars are not chaos, right? So, but that is more or less the kind of aesthetic of it that I was thinking, where it's like this dark background, and then the eyes, the horns, the wheel, they're all kind of very bright, very glowy things. The stars could be a soft representation of the wheel. Maybe. I think it would then lose all of the other connections that they make. Then Arceus really should not have fairy plate and should not have a fairy type representation on its body. Well. Oh well. There would be no wheel, the stars would replace it. It could still have the jewels. I think it would make it more galactic and almost like it's a star in the center of the universe. Yeah. What if it had the ring form instead of a face? Well, I don't know if you can see or if you can tell here, but in my sketch over here, it doesn't have a face. It has a single eye in the middle of the forehead and just two little dots next to it, which I only included because original Arceus has those two dots has those dots right below the eye. Here. Here. So even those dots are not necessary, but it's just that kind of single eye in the middle of the face. That was my idea. That looks like a cartoon ham, not gonna lie. A cartoon ham. I'm trying to see it. Oops, why is my eraser on 50%? There you go. Oops, not that one. That right there. That's what I want to do. I just thought that the stars would make sense because of Big Bang and stuff. I think the light rays from the wheel give that idea of like an explosion, you know, something coming out from that formlessness. My original sketch of the face looks like a cartoon ham. Okay, I can kind of see it with like the with the eye in the middle being the like bone part, right? Yeah, I can see it. A fish-like being would be the trope for primordial waters. Yeah, that's another one that I considered. Well, I thought the whale actually worked well in that role as well. And the Ainu believed that the world was on the back of a fish, so that also works. And another possibility that I thought for the wheels that it would be around the middle rather than around the neck, which is how it is in the original, of course, but in my previous sketch I drew it around the neck, so I'll put it around the middle here. So, are these two sketches clear enough? Like, do you understand what I'm going for with them, or do I need to do another layer of refinement on them before you can decide whether you like the bison or the bear better? And also, I know the bison looks like a bison. Does the bear look enough like a bear? Is another question. I sent a picture in the redesign channel of a Final Fantasy monster. Okay, I'll have a look. That is the monster? That, like, light thing? I mean, it looks cool, but it looks like a symbol rather than a monster, whatever I'm seeing. But yeah. I don't like the terrestrial creatures because there should not be any place to stand on. Just because they're terrestrial creatures doesn't mean they have to stand on anything. Even the Kirin, which is possibly a reference to the original, that the original Arceus design makes, the Kirin doesn't touch the ground. It doesn't want to disturb the grass, so it walks very nimbly right above the ground. And I believe that's also why Arceus has the tips, why its feet are end in tips and not in like proper hooves, because it doesn't walk on the ground. Give it the body of a bison, the limbs of a bear, the tail of a whale, the head of a dragon, and bird wings. Yeah, that's a bit much. Don't think the bear is clear enough. Trying to think of what I can add to the bear to make it more bear-like without having to add too many details, because like I don't really want to give it like claws on its paws or something like that. I think that would be too much. So, yeah. If you have any ideas, let me know. The bear's upper body looks like a bison. Well, I mean, because of the formlessness, yeah, I think that's how it's going to be anyway. But yeah, Grizzly Bear does have that big hump at the shoulders, which is what I was playing into there. So I think you're doing really well. I wish I had your level of creativity, honestly. Well, thank you. Also, your drawing skills. Well, drawing skills, I honestly don't think I have very much drawing talent. Drawing skills are just practice, and I don't even practice that much. It's just that I've been practicing it little by little for my whole life, right? So, like if you ask me to draw a hand, I'm gonna struggle, right? To get it to look right. Like I can get the shape of a hand, and you'll understand that it's a hand, but it won't look right. So, yeah, it's just practice. Maybe bigger teddy bear ears, and maybe a more bear-shaped nose, maybe stronger front paws. I guess I can give it more of like a proper protrusion on the front paws. Because bears, I believe where bears walk plantifoot, meaning their heel on the ground. But yeah, something like that. Maybe that helps. And maybe I'll probably have to redraw the face entirely to give it more bear-like features there, actually. Oh, that was on the same layer. Okay. It shouldn't have been. And my eraser is also very soft. Wait, what layer is this on then? Oh, there it is. Okay. Do I really have to look up the shape of a bear head? Bigger head, slimmer snout. That's what I need. Big head. Slim snout. There you go. Now it looks more like a bear. But yeah, we can give it bigger. We can give it noticeable ears, and there. Now I think it looks more like a bear, and there's the bison as well. Why do you want a region want on Brazil? Why do I want a region based on Brazil? It's because I'm Brazilian, but not only. It's because Brazil has a lot of, and I don't want one region based on Brazil. I want many regions based on Brazil. Brazil has a lot of variety, geographical variety, flora, fauna, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of different things that you can do with various Brazil regions. So. Also, someone mentioned Final Fantasy and someone mentioned whale. So maybe take a look at Sin from Final Fantasy X for some inspiration. Kind of whale with limbs. A whale with limbs. Okay. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I have never played a Final Fantasy game at all. Yeah, it reminds me of the sky whales from Zelda. But I guess it can stand? Most of the images I'm seeing, it's flying, but yeah, it looks like it can stand on those as well. Weird. If Arceus came from an egg, where did the egg came from? Well, the egg came from the primordial chaos. It just forms there. Probably they would pick the area around Rio and that's it. Well, yeah, I wouldn't want. I definitely do not want them to make all of Brazil into a single region because it would be too simplified. Yeah, that's too much. So. Probably they would pick also a good amount of crime, so evil team is already checked in. The evil team would be the government, at least if it was based on modern day Brazil. Oh, and you're Brazilian too. Okay. I had an idea to divide Brazil into 3 to 4 different sections, basically like the islands in Sinnoh. Yeah, I would want more like 4 to 5 different regions, so you can have like basically the 5 regions of Brazil. You can have the north, northeast, south, southeast, and center, right? So you could have like the region with the Amazon. You can have the region with the Cerrado. You can have the region with the Pantanal. You can have the region with the snow and the mountains in the south, and you can have the region with the giant cities. So, like the regions would have, they would still have a lot of variety in them because even in Rio, we have one of the biggest urban forests, the forest that is completely surrounded by city, right? We have Floresta da Tijuca. So, even if you make a very urban region in the Rio area, you still have forests. You'll still be able to have variety. But it would also give those regions more unique personality, individual personality. So. If there was a region based on some part of Brazil, what new type would it introduce? I don't know. Yeah, I will keep dreaming, Didac. I will. I'm waiting on an Arabian region. Like you say with Brazil, there's potential for many different regions because there's a lot of variety. Personally, I'm waiting for one based on the Arabian Gulf. Yeah, I think that's something that they've... I don't know. At least with Galar, I feel like they probably oversimplified to make the entire country into a single region. With Kalos, it's what, about half of France, I think? That's the northern part of France, with maybe some influences brought in from elsewhere as well. But okay, I'll try a whale just to have like the aquatic like fish version of it as well, and then we'll decide which direction you want to go in, and I'll also have some other. Once we settle on that, I'll also have some other like, let's do this or this or this kind of deal for other ones. But I'll do a whale version as well. I wanted it to be a humpback whale. I don't want it to be like a Kyogre, because Kyogre is very much like a killer whale kind of thing, so I definitely want it to be more humpback. Could be others, but I think the humpback whale is probably the one that makes the most sense. Although it does, it would probably look a lot like the thing from Final Fantasy, or the sky whales from Zelda. So maybe not. You could have a Korean region with Pokemon North and Pokemon South. Yeah, that sounds like something Game Freak would do. Or not Game Freak, but it's just the Pokemon Company, really. Like Game Freak, I feel like maybe they would do that, but the Pokemon Company, I don't know. I guess in this case, the formlessness would be more like the entire rear of the body, like this whole part here would be the more formless part of it, and it would just kind of vaguely shape into a whale tail. Do dolphins like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Oh yeah. Space dolphins from SpongeBob. That I'm not familiar with. Whales are technically aquatic even-toed ungulates, right? And bison are also even-toed ungulates. What is the whale? What if? I'm guessing. What if the whale tail has the wheel instead? Isn't that basically what I had like a moment ago before I made it bigger? That could work. The reason I don't like the whale setup as much is that in that case the wheel doesn't function as a halo as effectively. And I really liked that, like, the sketch that I have on the bottom right of my sketch page here. That's kind of my idea of what the bison would look like from the front. So it's kind of this dark mass, but then this very bright wheel that also functions as a halo, and then the big, like, unknown eye in the middle. So I like, yeah, I like that a lot. And that was part of like my original vision when I was trying to think about what would a actually powerful and wise looking Arceus look like. And then that was it. It was like this dark mass and bright eyes and a halo around it, that kind of thing. So putting the wheel in a spot where, seen from the front, it doesn't go behind the face, I don't quite like. And that's what would happen with the whale. Or it's not that I don't like it, I just don't like it as much. I kind of want to be under his little flippers and float. I feel like I must have missed something. Or just from here, do you still live there? I'm originally from Rio, but I haven't. I live in Canada. I've been living in Canada for the past 12 years. So my family is all still in Rio, but I am not. Me and my wife are. Well, my wife is Canadian, but yeah, we live in British Columbia. One idea I had is that what if its entire back of the Pokemon, the part behind the wheel, was just formless gas, almost like Ghastly? Well, the formlessness is going to be in there somewhere. I don't think it's going to be behind the wheel, although if you look at my my Bison sketch on the bottom left, the wheel is on the formlessness. It just also has limbs. It has that more animalistic part to it. That I think it's important. Like, I like the idea of having both the formlessness and the animalistic part because it's a manifestation, right? It is not the original spirit itself. It's a manifestation of the original spirit. And so, like, this is the original spirit come to Earth. And so to me it makes sense that it would take the form of something more animalistic. But it still needs to have that kind of formlessness, godlike quality to it. So, this redesign is going to give give new life to the phrase "Jesus take the wheel." So yeah, I don't. Yeah, so I don't like the whale approach as much as the bear or the bison. And although the bison is the one that I started with, I do like the bear a lot, actually. So you can vote for the whale one as well if you want, but I want to know which one you prefer. The bear, the bison, or the whale. Personally, I am way more inclined towards the bear or the bison. Slightly more towards the bear, I guess. I think the bison works better in the concept of being like the origin of everything, but the bear is a connection to the Ainu, which is important, I think, as well. So. Oh, Ethan. Hi, Ethan. Welcome. So, Team Bear, Team Bull, Bear. I would say that it should be more aquatic looking because if it was in space, it would be inefficient with legs. Only if its legs have to be on the ground, which, like, if it's in space, then flippers aren't going to be doing anything either. This isn't, like I said, this isn't the original spirit itself. It's a manifestation of it. It's the original spirit come to Earth. So it's going to interact with the world. Bison, bear, whale is so cute. Okay, bear over bison. Charon doesn't prefer any of these three. Well, what do you prefer, Charon? Hello, Dragon Buster Bros. I think that there's a lot more directions to take with the bison. This is hard. Bison looks better, the bear fits better, and the whales are my favorite animals. If it's in space, what are the legs gonna do that the flippers aren't? Yeah. For a berry, just add unfitting features. If Bison has more features you can add to. What would be unfitting features exactly? Ah, yeah, yes. Being a Fluminense supporter is tough. Although this year has been surprising. Don't want to get my hopes up too high, but you know, things have been going surprisingly well throughout the year. Bears closest to beards and gods have beards. Humanoid with body? Nah. Nah, I don't want to make it too anthropomorphic. We need a what the heck is going on design as fourth option. Okay, I think the bear is, oh, we're doing all three. We are not doing all three. I'm not going to be here for 8 hours. But it looks like the bear is the more popular option. So, bison are endangered like the others, but what if it was a creator deity that has a race that inhabits multiple dimensions to create them, and this is the last one left, having not yet made a legend? I mean, that could apply to all of them, but with these redesigns, I generally don't change the legend. I try not to change too much of the concept itself, the base concept that it comes from, and like the Pokédex entries have to still be fairly fitting. So yeah, I'm not like trying to create a completely new Pokémon God. I'm just trying to take what Arceus has to offer and to change it into what I feel, of course, is a better representation of that. Chinchilla Arceus. If I do a fourth one, it'll be a bird of some kind. Raven, eagle, and I can't remember in the Ainu, one of the Ainu myths, which kind of bird it was, but it was a bird as well. But I don't know if I can make a bird work as well. That's kaiju. Well, I mean, yeah, not like a draconic kind of kaiju. Like, these are all kaiju. They're just not Godzilla-like. What if it was a beetle? Hi, Kai. Yeah. I think we'll go with the bear. Bird fits to me because this whole thing is hatching from an egg. I know all Pokemon hatch from eggs, but what if it's caused by Arceus thinking that's how birth is? I guess I could try a bird. I don't really know how I'll fit the elements that I like, the elements that I want, into a bird-like design, but we can try it. But in the case of a bird, I'm trying even to wrap my head around what pose to draw a bird in that would work with all of this. And I guess a more vertical pose, actually. What was that? And I guess, like, I guess the wing feathers could slowly morph into the formlessness. Although this is starting to remind me of my Dusclops redesign. And I guess in this case, with the bird, it would work best to have the wheel as a thing that floats behind it. Oh, I've been drawing all of this on the same layer, which is not ideal, but at this point, whatever. We have too many bird legendaries. Oh, maybe. 18 appearances for each type? Yes. I mean, I'm not going to draw all 18 of them. Well, and it's not going to be different animals, but it is going to, the like formless part of it is going to have a different manifestation for each type. I'm not going to draw all of them. Maybe I'll draw like one of them, just to show, you know, as a concept what it would look like. But yeah. Have you seen the statue from the Arceus movie that depicts Arceus? It has the halo on its head, and I think its head is more bird-like. Oh, I have not seen that, no. Arceus statue from the movie. I haven't seen the movie, so... What comes up is the one in Detective Pikachu. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Not coming up in Google. Hello, Doo-Wop Boy. I hope you also had a wonderful Christmas, and everyone else, of course. There's only one way to incorporate all of these ideas and make all of us happy. Forget about the non-bear options and make the bear. Yeah, Kai, if you have an image of it and you can put it in Discord somewhere, I will have a look, because, yeah, I'm not seeing it. There was an Arceus statue in Detective Pikachu, yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, I guess it is a little bit more bird-like. It's just very vague. Could be more of a... almost like a peacock, I guess. In terms of the body shape of having, like, the head at the top. A peacock or a turkey, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't work with the other ideas that I have. With the elements that I like from the other ones. Just... I think it just doesn't work as well. So let's go with the bear. And I definitely have a lot to refine here. Before I even start to figure out like how exactly I want the final artwork of this to look like. So, let me draw I'll draw the like general body shape, and then I want to try different things for the wheels, and I want to try a few different things for the face. So let's do that. What if it's a chimera of all previous animals? It's not going to be like very explicitly any animal anyway. Like, it's supposed to look bear-like, but it's not supposed to be a bear. So we'll see how it looks. If I could have the head and the shoulder hump part of the bison and the rest of the bear. I mean, isn't that basically what I have for the bear? Except I gave it the snout, which I maybe the snout doesn't need to be there, or it needs to be there in a different form, but yeah, because the front and the hump, all of that was the same idea anyway. And I definitely want to like simplify the limbs in some way. Like maybe I'll do the similar kind of boot thing that that Arceus has. Give it boots for the little feet. Melik Taos is one of 7 beings that was entrusted with the care of creation by God. Where did that come from? Oh, that statue is from the Hoopa movie, not the Arceus movie. Oh, maybe that's why it. Maybe that's why it didn't come up in my search. Maybe the tail needs to be more simplified, just like it's just a dot, just a little bump. let's try some head shapes. I think there's potential for a Melectaus-based Pokemon in the Sinnoh remakes, depending on if they decide to create more legendaries for the story. More legendaries? I won't be surprised, of course, if they make more legendaries, but... And at least in Sinnoh, it kind of makes sense to do... to add legendaries, because they are so prominent to the Sinnoh story. But yeah, as I think most of you know, I am tired of legendaries. Yeah, creepy truck driver, please don't spam. I don't know if I want to go through my entire thought process to get to this point again, but basically want to give it because this one is a lot more complicated than other ones, and normally I would happily give you my entire thought process, but yeah, this one's a little bit more complicated than other ones, so it would take a while to get there. But basically, the half manifested based on a bear, because it comes from Ainu cultures, which are from Hokkaido. So that's basically it. A half manifested bear Arceus. If you show up late, to be courteous and watch. And if you have questions at the end, well, you can ask the questions, and often I will re-explain what we'd have already covered, but especially for people who are regulars. But this one is an especially long process of figuring out the details, so someone liked the more bison head, which I actually made a very formless bison head, so I'll try something like that as well. I guess I could give it horns, but probably not as appropriate here with the bear version of it. Hello, Indigo. This looks like Entei with the fur that goes back like whoosh. Okay, which head shape do you guys like here? A more explicitly bear-like one, and then just progressively less form. Actually, in this one, even the ears probably shouldn't be there. Just so you know, I actually get off work at 5, not 5:30. Okay. And I bought 50% off chocolate. Wonderful! It is finally the season for discount chocolate. I had a convoluted image that the Yazidis believed that in the Eden's Garden, Peacock was the liberator of the one true god against the Demiurge. Whoa. Why is everyone saying hi? Help me out here. What head shape do you guys like more? The more explicit bear-like one, the slightly vaguer bear-like one, or the completely formless head? Explicit, the more rounded one. Completely formless. Formless is 2 bison. Maybe that's okay. No horn, though. I think rounded bear, formless. Lots of votes for formless. Lots of votes for bear. Not so many for the intermediate. Yeah, I think the explicit bear one is maybe too bear-like. So I'll keep the other ones in there, but I'll go with this one for now. I also want to show a few different things that I tried out for the face itself. So the idea is that on the face, middle of the forehead is a single eye, and the one that I've been doing on most of my sketches is basically an unknown kind of eye. Although honestly, it would probably be like dark in the middle and then like just light without an outline, and like everything else around it is dark, so it would just be a disc of light kind of thing, if you understand how I mean it. I also tried putting the little dot next to it that on the one hand almost makes that look like the real eye and makes the real eye, which is the middle one, look like a third eye, which works too because of the whole enlightenment thing. So the way that this would look is basically like this, seen from the front, right? The other option that I thought of was the Eye of Providence, or the All-Seeing Eye of God, like from the dollar. But I don't know, maybe that's... I kind of don't like the triangle because it's very kind of artificial form. So, and this is what it would look like from the front. And I guess it also does have a little bit of a Triforce thing going on. Why are you afraid to say Illuminati? I'm not afraid to say Illuminati. But yeah, so there's that one. Actually, yeah, those were really the only two options I thought of, besides giving it a proper face. But I don't want to give it a proper face. I want to make it something that's more godlike. This one, the eye can probably be a little bit smaller than that, but make the triangles upside down and two of them on the side of the face. So the two triangles can separate the side of the face to the front of it. Make them upside down. So you mean something like maybe something like that is what you had in mind? I'm not sure. Or maybe maybe separating out all like making the three triangles, but drawing them separately. And then just putting one in the middle. I think the two triangles for its regular eyes would be cool. Well, my idea at least is that the central eye is its real eye. Do we have the bot that tells us what song is playing, or is it just that Twitch thing? Oh, yeah, I've tried to set it up with YouTube, but it never seems to work. But I can tell you what's playing right now. It's called Amulet by Stemage. Stemage. We're on the rock station from Pretzel today. Triangles are bad. Yeah, I like the circle a lot. I don't mind, not so much this one, but this one or this one. Actually, they work okay for me. But I do think that the circle is probably the best one. This is the one that's going to work best in the overall composition, because we do have the wheel as well to be as another circular element to it. What about closed eyes? Well, closed eyes would just be nothing. Closed eyes would just be this. And then it just looks angry. Yeah, I like this one, so... Look at how Arceus's eyes look. Arceus's eyes look like, here, I have them on here, so I'll just bring them up. So Arceus's eyes are basically... That's basically it. But then that just doesn't... obviously it's two of those, which I think doesn't quite work as well as a... Well, I don't think it quite works well even in the original Arceus, but... Yeah. It doesn't have that kind of all-seeing eye quality to it, I think. And of course, this is the only one that makes an explicit, or a more explicit, connection to the unknown, which is another aspect that I like, so... It has blushed cheeks. Something like that. So the other part I want to work out is the wheel itself. So, because I want my idea, right, was for the wheel to have slots for all of the plates. So either 18 and we pretend that there's a normal type plate, or 16 and we ignore that there is a pixie plate, because that's what it was when Arceus was introduced, and I'm okay with that. And both 16 and 18 are much easier numbers to work with than 17. And I had a whole bunch here in my sketches. Different ways to do it with. So this one here, that looks like this, an inner wheel, or an inner circle, an outer circle, and 8 spokes that stick out. This is one possibility, and this would probably just float around it and not actually be attached to it. So the body would be like this much. Obviously the proportions can be different, but it wouldn't touch the body. And then I have, and this is, so like one plate over here, one plate over here, one plate over here, one plate over here, the whole way around. So that makes 16. Give it 4 and let's pretend that it can only hold 4 at a time. We'll see. Let me show you the other. Let me tell you more about the other options that I have. And then I have 2 versions where the spokes don't actually attach to a central wheel or anything. They would just kind of fade into the formless part of the body. So and then the formlessness would be like here, right? So this is also 16 slots. And then for a slightly different approach to have different number of spokes as well, there's an inner circle, and then there's an outer circle, and 6 spokes that stick out on both sides. And then that's 1, 2, 3 all around. And this makes 18. And I like these I like these because they placed behind the face, they make it look like a halo. The bottom left design on the paper looks cute, sticking its head in the wheel like something a cat would do. Yeah, that's another thing I want to play around with after we figure out which shape of wheel to go with, is whether to place it around the neck or around the body, or like around the midsection, either one. One of those sketches looks so much like a fake one I made long ago. You'll have to show me, Kai. I have a thought that the body isn't solid, but the wheel is, so the wheel can rotate through the body to show different spokes. Absolutely. Well, either it's not connected. Those are my 2 options. Either the wheel does not directly connect to the body, in which case, yeah, it can rotate, or the wheel connects, it just kind of fades into the formlessness. But because it's formless, it can also just rotate. So, yeah. So the focal point of the wheel is on the back, and you only see half or less of the spokes at a time. Oh, yeah, no, I think... Right, so you're thinking of it like inside the body, right, Megan? So like... almost like a sunrise. Something like that, right? I like it going around the whole thing. I like it making that ring around the head. This is looking kind of Solgaleo-like. I did think of Solgaleo's forehead in my ideas, but I don't think Solgaleo itself is going to be that similar. You can make tentacles instead of a wheel. The limb on top of Arceus, you can have 8 of those coming out of the neck. Nah, but the thing is that the wheel is very... like, it's a reference to a lot of different symbols, but it is references to a bunch of different wheels. So there's the more explicit one, the more obvious one, I think, is the wheel of chakras from Buddhism, which once you see the wheel, you're like, oh yeah, that's definitely part of it. And halos from Christianity, and some symbols in Shinto as well that now escape me. But yeah, there's all kinds of things. But I think it doesn't have to be like a full circle, right? Because the Arceus symbol is an incomplete wheel, but it still gives that idea as well. And I guess the Arceus one is another possibility, and it's only the 4 parts, but I guess it could be an incomplete wheel with 3 parts sticking out. Kind of like that. That's only 12 sections, but Ursa Minor and Ursa Major bear Pokemon with like space stuff on their bodies like Cosmog and possibly a regional variant of the Ursa Ring line. I think I've seen Ursa Major and Ursa Minor legendary Pokemon that kind of look like that. I think I've seen someone do that, those Fakemon. I heard Wheel of Chocolates, not Wheel of Chakras. Well, Wheel of Chocolates is also a very important symbol. I'll have a quick look there, Kai. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, it's got that wheel, and it's got that, the formlessness. Yeah. Cool. And I like your unrelated fake one as well, Charon. If you guys really prefer it, we can also stick with the original. But I would make it fade into the formlessness rather than be connected to the body. So, yeah. What do you like here? This is a lot of wheels. Oh, hang on. You can tell me whether you think it's important to have individual slots for every plate or not, and in which case they would have to be one of the either 16 or 18. Whether you like the fixed or the complete or the separate wheel. And keep in mind that this over here, this is what I envisioned with the bison idea that I started with, that it would look like from the front. So to me, it's pretty important to have that, like, you have that eye in the middle, and then you have the, you know, whatever the wheel looks like, kind of glowing around it, kind of thing. You prefer the wheel that can change. What do you envision, Charon? Be more explicit. If you are more explicit, then I can try out what you have in mind, and we can see if it works or not. Do up, boy. Kai was talking about my community Discord. Which is it's a private Discord for patrons, former patrons, friends, early supporters, that kind of thing. And occasionally other people join as well, but normally I keep my community fairly small because I function better in smaller groups, so that's the only reason I restrict it, not to be exclusive or anything. But occasionally I do put the link to the Discord in the description of the video and tell people, especially if it's like an update video. Most people don't watch update videos, and I feel like if you watch an update video all the way to the end, then maybe I do want you as part of the community, as an active member of the Discord community specifically, rather than someone that I can interact with on a daily basis, as opposed to someone that I only interact with on stream days. So. If that's the way you think it should look, then it should kind of float around its neck. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Inner wheeled in order to make it float, or fade into the formlessness. Gano likes the double circle ones. Okay. The celestial wheel that's been drawn around the world also changes the number of spokes, so I imagine it being made of a material that seems like a fixed liquid, but can change the number at will. The 8-segmented halo looks a little too much like a helm. I think either 4 or 6 segmented can work. I'm not sure how you would do that, Sharon. Like, it's Pokemon. It can look solid and still change, right? So that's not the concern. But how do you signify that the shape of the wheel is changing? I like the second halo most, with 18 types would look great on its neck. 16 with the inner wheel. I vote 21 spoked wheel to account for 4 new types in the future. I think that its head should be more upright. It gives more room for the wheel, and it makes it look more like a more dominant Pokemon. I mean, it's a bear. It can probably stand on its hind legs. But, no, yeah, I don't want it to have the head, like, be up high on its shoulders. I like, because the head being being more or less level with the center of the body is what positions the eye in the center of the halo. And, like, that is a very important image to me, because that's what I started with. That was, like, my vision. I didn't know what the body would look like, but I envisioned this face that I then figured out would have to be a central eye, but this face in the middle, the halo around it, and then the bright halo around it, and then this kind of formless dark mass behind it. So if you position the head too high, then it doesn't center well anymore. Then that doesn't work, which is also why I didn't like the whale. Because it just lost that element entirely. So what if it's a different animal for each type? No, my variations for the type are going to be in the formless part of it. That becomes a manifestation of that type, and we'll get to that at the end. But Its hindlegs contain the power of 4.267 billion Bidoof. I must say though that my favorite thing ever is its boots. They're so cute. Had to keep something from the original Arceus. Let me draw here. I'm just gonna hide these, but hang on. Let's say we're going with this one, just so I can test something. May or may not end up being this one. Yeah, the like proportions of the wheel will have to change because the spokes are gonna have to be shorter. Why is it shrinking like that? That's weird. Why is it rotating as I shrink it? That's so weird. I've never seen that before. That is really weird. I don't know what was happening there. That's more like it. Okay. Oh yeah, it's gonna be too difficult to test this. Basically I just wanted to transform the wheel that I'd already drawn. But the center is too tight. I definitely need to edit it before I try this again. So let me do that. Yeah, well, I was just trying to transform it into place, just as a way to, just to see how it looks in that position. Yeah, that's better. These proportions work much better. Why aren't you erasing? There you go. Okay. So I want to also see what it'll look like around the midsection. Maybe if it's going to be around the midsection, then the version that fades into the fur is going to work better. It's basically what I wanted to see. Yeah, at least for this one, it definitely works better around the neck. It doesn't bother me too much that, like, it can't touch the ground, because it probably wouldn't be touching the ground anyway. It would probably be floating, so that part is okay. I'll try the same thing with one of the other ones. Maybe the... What? Let's try this one. Just for the sake of it. This one is even more poorly drawn than the previous one. I like it around the neck more than the midsection. Seems like a more collar like that. Also happens to match type null. I guess so, yeah. This one becomes a little bit harder to see because it's black on black, but maybe if I position it, yeah, I'll stretch it out a little bit. There you go. And hide this part. Yeah, even this one I think works better around the neck than around the midsection. So yeah, maybe position it a little bit farther back, but I think around the neck probably is going to work better. I have 350 spheals. I'm sure Wonder Trade or something would like that. So I think I'm gonna try the first one here. The one with the 8 spokes. That don't connect to a central circle. I don't know. Maybe the second one. The midsection just makes it too big and weird. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it could be not quite up to the midsection. It could be like... it could just be like at shoulder height, for example. And then it can be a little bit smaller. Something like that. But yeah, both Bison and Bear are very big around the midsection, so it probably doesn't work the best there. I'm really liking actually the look of the incomplete ones at the top, the way it doesn't circle the whole way around. So maybe 6 spokes incomplete is the way to go. 3 spokes on each side. And then it also doesn't have a spoke going directly down, which would, like, if it did stand on the ground, it would, like, impale into the ground. So, yeah. Atlas Bear? I'm not familiar with what the Atlas Bear is. Yeah, I think this one is probably the one I like the best. I think that there was a bigger main circle. If there was a bigger main circle, it would look too bulky. The 16 complete circle or the 6 complete circle would fit it best. Yeah. When you say the 16 complete circle, you're talking about the one on the far left, right? Not the 4th one? The incomplete spokes also kind of look like wings. Oh, I guess so. I feel like we haven't spent enough hours drawing eyes. We have spent enough hours drawing eyes. Yeah. Okay, yeah, the far left one. Yeah, I like this one because then it doesn't have the spoke straight down, although it doesn't have a slot for every type. Unless I find slots somewhere else. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tips. And I guess there could be like the middle ones that only adds 4 though. And there, I need at least 16 for it to make sense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then maybe 7, 8, 9, and 10. It could be in, yeah, the midsections here, but that's only 14. And then there's 6 of these, so I don't know. If it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, then we still need, well, I guess it could be here. 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, and then these sections here don't have anything. You can have points coming out of its formless main, like frosted tips. No, I don't think so. I guess it could be 3 slots per spoke without it being, because basically I was thinking like 1 here, 1 here, right? But I guess it can be 1, 2, 3 kind of deal. At the intersections. So, spoke tip, spoke intersection, and spoke inner tip. It's too crowded, you make more spokes. More spokes for less, to make it less crowded. Yes, makes perfect sense. Yeah, the three dots on each spoke. Yeah, that can work. Something like that. Yeah. All 18 plates should be stuck in its beard. Why do you guys have such an obsession with beards? I have a beard and I don't even have that much of an obsession with beards. So I'll keep that one. I can hide all the other ones. So, yeah, I guess that's basically it. Just need to, like, draw it in a more interesting position, because this is not very, and then put colors on it, and the colors I think are going to make a big difference, and then make also a version that has, that shows the type-specific manifestation for at least one type. So... What's a good bear position? It only uses one plate at a time in the games, yes. In the movie, there's the opportunity for it to become all-type, multi-type Arceus, right? So that's why I had the idea of having the slots for all of the plates, because then if you fill all of them, that's like Arceus complete form. Oh, I'm out of water. can I turn this cool pose here into a bear? Probably not. I mean, it's not a bad approach, but the lifted pod doesn't work. Front on, looking straight at you with its eye. I like that because it will really show my original sketch idea, but I worry that you won't see like the bear-like quality of it at all. So I'm not sure. All right, Kai. Thank you for coming. Thank you for helping. What? Maybe I'm just gonna quickly have a look on Flickr for a Creative Commons image of a bear that I can use as a reference. Obviously, I don't normally care about Creative Commons if I'm just using it as a reference, but if I'm gonna show it on stream, then that's a little bit more important. I've got one that is probably going to work pretty well, actually. Just looking to see if there's anything else I can see. Most of the pictures I'm seeing on Flickr, the bear is not entirely in the photo, so it doesn't really help. Oh, hey, 002. Yeah, you're a little bit late, even though there's nothing on the screen right now. Here's what we've got at the moment, and this is basically the concept of it. If it is basically finished, we're just working on. I'm looking for a reference for what to for how to draw it, the finished thing. here's a couple that I can use. I need to credit the people that the people whose photos I show, of course, but okay, so this first one is by user NH53 on Flickr. So this photo is by NH53 on Flickr. I like this pose. Walking, but also facing forward a lot. Very a natural position, but also one that I think can be quite imposing. Once I've added all of the godlike elements to it. This one is by Marnie Jill on Flickr. A little bit more static, but I think recognizably like a good bear pose, very bear-like, and because it has its head turned, also helps a little bit to add that kind of dynamic element to it. And I also got a standing one that this one is by Magnus Johansson. This photo by Magnus Johansson from Flickr. Because I think it'll be good to show that this Arceus can stand on its hind legs, or at least show it like kind of rearing up sort of thing. So I won't do like exactly this pose, but one of these three poses I will use as the basis for the first one, and one of the other ones I'll use for the basis for the like type specific one. So what do you guys think? Which one do you think works best? This one's a little blurry, but so that's unfortunate, but we do regional forms of some Pokemon, not as part of the redesign series, but yeah, actually I haven't done regional forms of any existing Pokemon. I've only done... Have I even done any regional forms at all? No, I don't think so. I don't think I've done any regional forms before. But yeah, so not as part of the redesign series. They're not meant to be to coexist with the originals. I'm envisioning them as replacing the originals, but I guess occasionally in my Fakemon series, in my in the Fakemon design challenge, where I am given a Pokédex entry for a Pokemon that I don't know what Pokemon they belong to. I guess in that case it would be possible to work out a concept for a regional form. I love regional forms, but for some reason I've never drawn one. Hey Hafa. Good morning. I always imagine an Arceus designed to be like a really godlike creature with a bunch of wings, but I surely like where this is going. Yeah, I want it to be godlike. I don't think it needs a bunch of wings for it to be godlike, but yeah. All of my region designs should be considered regional forms? I don't know. So you guys liked this one, right? I mean, I'm going to use two of these, so really it's just which one should I not use? I think the standing one will probably be the type-specific one, because then that'll be more like a look at the variation on this. And so you've got the type, the specific change, and you also got the pose change. So that's probably going to be what that one, what I use that one for, but. Okay, bye, hi. Almost made a typo in your name and turned it to something incredible. Oh, what was the typo in Gano's name? Okay, I'll go for this one. Use this one as my main reference for this next stage. I should also have this sketch visible so I know what I'm supposed to be drawing. Trying to think of a way to make a formless head that is slightly more bear-like than what we had before. Just to, like, you know, kind of give that cheekiness, maybe. Maybe just a tiny bit of form to the snout. I don't know. Maybe it does need ears. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. Something to figure out as we continue this drawing, though. Hello, musical boy. Have I redesigned Dunsparce before? I have not. No, Dunsparce I have not attempted before. But I think this is looking good. Even though it seems proportional to what the bear has, I think the paws, the front paws especially, need to be a little bit thicker. The rear legs are fine, I think, but don't repeat the tragedy of Houndoom, give it ears. Maybe just little bumps of the formlessness, just little bumps there. I think that looks good, right? I think that looks sufficiently bear-like. And I think I need to adjust the proportions a little bit, but I'm happy with the overall shape of it, so. Now I will properly draw everything on their own layers so that I can adjust their shapes independently, and then we'll do another round of a sketch on top of that, see if there's anything left that needs to be fixed after that. Oh, and I do need to put the spokes on it. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Oh, don't forget the little dots next to the eye. Thank you. Have you redesigned Dunsparce before? Oh, didn't I answer that already? No, I have not. I have not redesigned Dunsparce before. This song plays a lot, doesn't it? And it's not even stuck on repeat this time, I think. Ah, damn it, I drew all that on the wrong layer. But it's actually for the better because I was thinking like, maybe I need to draw this leg on a slightly different angle than what I have here. Maybe I need to... Okay, I'm not even sure what angle it would be in, but it feels like it needs to be more frontal here. Maybe that works. This looks weird. What's the design brief? The design brief is it's a bear because it's related to the bear is mythologically it's the ancestor of the Ainu people. Also, it's half formless, so it's a partially manifested original spirits rather than a fully manifested creature. And it's gonna have the spokes sticking out of it in a way that makes it look like a halo, as well as the wheel of chakras and the other things that it already represents. But yeah, it's just multiple different things that inspire various elements of it. It'll look more. I think it'll look more like the original once I put the colors on it, because the colors are going to be more heavily from the original. But yeah, I like. This happens sometimes where it's a. The change is like it's from scratch, right? I'm changing everything, and it's not really. It's not a new Pokemon because it has the exact concept of Arceus. It's just manifested. It's just executed in different ways. So. Right, I need to do the wheel. So I'm actually going to do it. Hang on. What was the wheel that we decided on after all? Two separate sides, 3 spokes on each side. Okay. I'm going to make it with tools to make it very like precise geometrically, and then I'll transform it into place and draw over that. It never was just Yahweh but a llama. It was like that's the thing. Like it has other elements in it that just aren't very explicit. It's not very obvious in what ways it is or isn't. So yeah, so that's like, I guess the main thing. Just bring all of those elements in. And add some of my own. It's cooler now with this more, I don't know if I can say polished yet, but the design looks better than it did in the sketch from earlier. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, it's definitely not polished yet, but that is where we're going with this. Oh. Wrong tools. There you go. Huh? There we go. Ah. Hi, Megan. Thank you for the super chat. Just to say hi, thank you. Would this version of Arceus be able to change its appearance at will, or would this be its preferred form? That's a good question. Can Arceus change its appearance at will? Is that a thing that it can do? I consider, or part of the concept is the plates and changing not just types but also appearance with the different plates, but can Arceus change its appearance in some other way? Thanks, Gano. Just couldn't let Megan have it. I mean, I'm not complaining. More super chats are better for me. Yeah, maybe I'll change stations now because it does feel like it's getting repetitive. Maybe the rock station doesn't have a lot of stuff that's instrumental. That's probably it. Let's try folk. Oh, no songs to play. Probably they are all not instrumental. Industrial. We'll see how that goes. What about polka? What about polka? There you go. Are you gonna use a super chat to tell me to play polka? I don't even know if there's polka on Pretzel. Oh, whoops. My circle is actually not transparent in the middle. It must have had a fill that I didn't notice when I was when I drew it. That's okay. There it is. Don't tempt me. Hey, if you want to spend money to tell me to play polka, yeah, because of its pose, this isn't going to be perfectly centered, but I think that's okay in this case. I think it'll still give a very good idea of what I'm intending here. Those $2 were your Christmas present. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, there you go. I just need my eraser. What do you guys think? Anything I should... Any, like, proportions or something that I should adjust before doing the next stage of this? The next step? Ah, the musical boy, thank you so much. Just had an idea I'd like to run by you guys. I'm making some creatures for my own monster collecting game based on the 7 Wonders of the Ancient World. Do you guys think that would be a good idea? Absolutely. This is definitely like an opinion, a take that I have, that if you're going to spend time to design a whole bunch of Fakemon, then you might as well make it into a monster collecting game of your own that isn't Pokemon. So I absolutely support that, and making it based on the 7 Wonders of the Ancient World. I'm guessing like that's the concept of the game as a whole. I love it. I actually haven't played a lot of monster collecting games because I pretty much only play Pokemon. There's a few others that I do want to try actually, but yeah, no, that seems like a great idea. And Do Up Boy is also working on a game. Do you think it could be even more bulky? More bulky, like the legs or the chest or what? Is there a specific part that you think needs to be more bulky? And spoiler, so is Shed eventually. Yeah, I really do want to work on that, but I don't know how I'm going to make something like that work. Well, we'll see. The body generally looks very thick. Yeah, well, that's on purpose. It's supposed to be a bulk. It is supposed to be bulky. It is supposed to be a bear, and the like obviously if it was just a bear, the formlessness wouldn't be quite as big. The like formless part of the chest, it wouldn't be quite as big. But and that is on purpose that it's that it looks like that. I think it would be cool if it floated. I mean, I guess I could draw its feet pointing downward more. Is that all? Like that's really all I would do. But that's an option for sure. Do you think the wheel needs to be angled back on the left side a bit? For perspective, you mean? Like maybe like a tiny bit. Because it is facing forward pretty, like, it's fairly straight ahead, but yeah, maybe a tiny bit of perspective there. Yeah, that looks better. I figure it turns a bit as it turns the head. Yeah, the whole thing would be turning a little bit, but the body is angled more one way and the head is very much the other, so yeah, angled a little bit. I think this works. Black bears and polar bears are actually quite slim compared to brown bears, sloth bears, pandas. I like the idea of the formlessness being a floaty thing, but I don't know how you could implement that better than you already have. Yeah. But I think, yeah, maybe I'll try it with the feet kind of hanging. I'll try that. We'll see how it looks. Oh, thank you, Connor. I mean, chocolate is half off. Go get water. Okay. Let me finish this. I will go get water, and I actually need to take a very quick bathroom break as well. But I will. Don't worry. I like the more hulking bear aesthetic. I just feel it's too fat and not graceful enough. Does it need to be graceful? Is graceful an important element for Creator God? Just like generally, like not that it isn't an element of some Creator Gods, but is it an important element of Creator Gods generally? Gods have no need of slim grace, and it can be bulky and graceful. That too. One monster I've designed for my game is called Panda Bow. It is a panda-like creature with spots randomly generated in the colors of various LGBTQ plus pride flags. Ooh, interesting. Spots? Not like stripes? Because that would be... I guess like the first thing that I thought of was like a red panda because it has the striped tail and that being different colors, but cool. I like the I like the variety of it. It's almost like a Spinda kind of thing, and having it be the flags, that's cool. I like that. Okay, you guys can tell me what you think, whether it's the more grounded or the more floaty. You can tell me what you like. I'm gonna go take my quick bathroom break and grab water, and I'll be right back. There we go. I'm gonna gotta catch up. Okay, everyone seems to like the floaty look. Okay, I actually thought of another possibility that I think now the pose, the shape of the head, even if it's a little bit vague and formless, I think it actually works a lot better. It communicates its bareness a lot better than it did before. So maybe it doesn't even need the like feet. Maybe I can just make it pointy like original Arceus' legs, and keep that element to make it more recognizable. I guess that's another possibility that maybe I'll try in a moment. Now that Shed is gone, I can threaten you all into making sure to like the video to help Shed. Oh, and subscribe and become a Patreon and give him all your monies, or else. Thank you, Gano. I'm not fat shaming a fictional bear. I just think it would look a bit better with it trimmed, with a little bit trimmed off the legs. I like the heft, honestly. I actually really like the heft of it. Is it going to be like the Volibear, Bear of 1,000 Battles skin with the eyes on the mane, or is that a tattoo, or is that too complex for a Pokemon? I'm not familiar with that one. So the eye is a single eye on the forehead, and it just has those two dots that are sort of like fake eyes, but also reference the dots that Arceus has below its eyes. And the original reference is to the Ainu, who are said to be descended from bears. So. Pandabo is kind of based on the idea of the legend of how pandas got their black and white colors, but in reverse, color-wise. Oh, okay. Not familiar with that. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly try the third alternate version of the legs. Because I think it might actually work okay with more original Arceus-like feet now that its bareness is communicated in other ways. Oh, Photoshop is acting up on me. Hang on. It won't scroll now. Yeah, so I gotta close it. Not Photoshop. I think I just need to close the document and open it up again. There you go. All right, what do you guys think? Which set of legs do you like more? I already know that you guys prefer the floaty legs over the original, more bear-like legs, so I won't even show you that one. But there's Arceus tips or slightly fatter. They're similar, but yeah, a little bit fatter. I think the current heftiness is good. We just aren't happy with someone for fat shaming the bear god. Don't worry. I'm gonna keep it. I'm not gonna make it any more or less hefty. floaty toes, pointy feet. I feel like you're projecting. they're just kidding. Dog, don't worry. Don't worry. They're just kidding. Arceus tips. It's basically the same thing, but just a little bit pointier, I guess. And yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I think I like this one best. Although I might change the shape of the tip to be more like Arceus as well, to make it more like this one. In Chinese mythology, pandas were once completely white, but one day a human saved the pandas from predator, but died as a result. At the funeral, the pandas stained their fur with black makeup that never washed out. Oh yeah. Cool. I meant that you were kidding about it being fat shaming, not that you were kidding about you liking it the way it is. Yeah, maybe this one, but with the pattern from the toe pattern from this one. I'm gonna go with that. How's that? Oh, hey, Indigo. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this is looking. And I think I'm ready to move on to the next one. To the next step. And do a little bit more refined lines here. Okay, good. I'm gonna assume that you guys agree with me. Do-Up Boy, one of your nieces had a glitter dress on Christmas Eve, and you still find glitter everywhere. Glitter is impossible to get out, and we had a little bit of glitter on like wrapping paper, and we're still finding it everywhere. Okay, I'm moving ahead with this. Just one more, slightly more refined version of the sketch, and then I can put colors on it. Well, I guess I can do the final lines and then put colors on it. The plates are, the plates are all either squares or rectangles, depending on the depiction. So I'm going to make them squares, but I'm going to make them on their side so that they're more diamond-like. I think this is something that I hadn't very clearly shown at any point before, because I don't want it to be jewels exactly, right? And also here, I'm just gonna let it fade in and not have a tip like on the other side. The other side has a tip, but the inside one does not have a tip because it just kind of fades into the formless part of the body. Gonna head off now, but it's coming together nicely. It'll be interesting to see the final results. Thank you, Kaihatsu. You could burn the house down and there would still be glitter. Yep. The question in my mind is, will someone looking at this design without context easily think, oh hey, it's a redesigned Arceus? Maybe not, but that's also not a big concern. If people don't figure it out, that's okay. They can read the description. They can read the tweet that says, "Hey, this is the Arceus redesign, and here's why I did it this way." How many times have I done a redesign that was totally unrecognizable? Right? So this playlist has begun to repeat already? Jesus. Hang on. Gotta go again, just wanted to see how things are going. Okay. Bye, Indigo. I'm guessing the Ainu bear is also a Cyclops? No. No, the Ainu bear is just a bear. It's just the ancestor of the Ainu people. But I wanted to give it a more omniscient, all-seeing eye kind of thing. So I thought of the big central eye in the middle of the forehead. It's just going to be like a disc of light. You'll see it when the colors are in. I think a lot of things are going to become more clear. But yeah. And then the other thing is that it also, through that, it also ends up looking like an unknown, which has a connection to Arceus. So I'm not trying to clarify what that connection is, but just emphasize that there is one. Yeah, well, bear is a bear, and in the Ainu language, I guess, is Kamui, which is the same word used for God, for deity, according to Kaihatsu, who was here moments ago. He's the one who told me all this. And that may also be where the Japanese word kami comes from. Okay, Gano, see you soon. I think I'll be here for probably another hour or so, especially if I do still want to draw the other one. And I do, just it's getting on in time a little bit, so. What do you guys want me to do next? Should I do the, should I work on the second pose, or should I do colors for this one first? And, well, which would mean basically just finishing this one. Doing the final lines, and then doing the colors for this one? Or doing the second pose and choosing a type for it to be the manifestation of? Chern, you got a Chinese veal? That's what you were trying for, right? I I thought Xiaomi AirDots because I think AirPods are aesthetically stupid and crazy expensive in Brazil, but boy, this thing blocks out all outside sound. Oh, you bought new set of earbuds, I guess. I say outline the other first, then color both. I can only hear Libris and me breathing now. Hello, Hafa. Just so you have a clear idea of what elemental design you're going to go for the second before finalizing the first. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's work out what the other one is gonna, what the other pose is gonna be. I think I wanted this pose, so I gotta figure out from this. Well, more or less this pose, just like a standing bear kind of pose. And then figure out how to work in the elements from everything else. Let's see, how do I want to do this to make sure I get the proportions right? Oh, I missed the like leg muscle that I had on here from before. Anyway, there you go. That, and let's get this back. So now obviously everything is going to need to be proportionately smaller, so let's do that first. Any ideas what type we're going for? I don't know. No, I don't. I haven't really thought about that. If you have ideas, you can let me know. Like, I'm thinking something, one of the basic types, like water, fire, something like that. Something that would be simple enough to just show that this is the concept. Holy fire. Yeah, that's definitely a good option, I think. Okay, if it must be a simple type and not dragon, then water because the pose looks flowing already. Could be. Bear type would be very troublesome because if you type that on Google, you're definitely not going to get Pokemon as the first results. This reminds me of that story about someone that bought a puppy in China and then it grew up and they realized it was actually a bear litter. Right. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I think I've heard of that before as well. This may be a bit tedious, but what if each gem is a different color for a different type, and that gem would light up when it takes that type? That's basically what it is. That's basically what the idea is. That's why there are, I think we did 16, 18? No, we did 18. Yeah, that's why there are 18 of them. It's supposed to be the slots for the plates, and we're pretending that there's a normal type plate because it's kind of weird that there isn't one. So, yeah, that's basically what it is. So the plates go there. They they probably do light up when you put them in there, and then and then the entire formless part of the body becomes a manifestation of that type. That's the idea. What do you guys think of this? Of this pose? Oh, I drew it on the wrong layer. Yes, I am drawing a standing up pose now because I have both. I still have the other one here, but yeah, this is to accomplish two things. The first is to show that it is able to stand, and the other is to show that it's the formless part of this, the like chest and head. This is going to be manifested into a specific type, probably fire. A fairly basic type, so yeah. Kind of looks like a begging puppy. Okay, maybe I need to change it then. I can see it. I can see it as a puppy or as a begging dog, yeah. What if I don't have the paw like this? Maybe it just has the paws like going down the middle. Would that be better? A pose like this one? Less dog? Or maybe... maybe almost humanoid in its standing stance. Maybe a more mauling pose? So like with its paws up or something like that? Like that? I think it looks too cute, actually, to pull off this pose. It might look a little bit more menacing once it's once it's a glowing eye in a formless mass. But yeah. It did look like a begging puppy, but it looked good, like bears do when they stand up. Now it just looks like an adorable penguin dog. Okay, yeah, share that. Let's see if that pose works here. Yeah, so that's one paw down, one paw up, right? And well, yeah, which is roughly what I had for this one, actually. This reminds me of something out of Zelda where it looks like it could be a Zelda boss. I think Zelda. I guess it depends on which game, but I was gonna say Zelda bosses are a little bit more complex design than Pokemon generally, but it does depend on the game a lot. Make the lower paw lower and the upper paw higher, sure. Sure, I think this works. I gotta figure out where to put the fence now. So let's grab it from the other sketch. Excuse me. Thank you, Hava. And Gano. I wish you good health. Is that what you'd say in Serbia or something? Translated, obviously, I'm guessing. I need to rotate it before I transform it. Before I do perspective, I need to rotate it first, so the perspective will go in the right direction. I think this looks good as a pose. That it is the intention of the time behind saying something like "salud or salud." Yeah, no, that is. I was just wondering if like there was a full like phrase kind of thing in Serbian that that meant the same thing, that accomplished the same, or that had that function. in Bosnian. Did I keep saying Serbian? In Bosnian, you say the word, whatever you pronounce that, which basically means get healthy. Okay. Though there's also a phrase used with kids which directly translates to shoo cat, healthy children, but means like shooing away a black cat to keep the kids healthy. Why would the cat be making the kids sick? The cat had nothing to do with it. So, Nazdravie. They really are like the only reasons why Montenegrin, Bosnian, and Serbian are considered different languages or social, political, cultural. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what Gano's feelings on this are, but I think that's still worth respecting. If Gano says that they're Bosnian, then I should say Bosnian. I have a friend, an IRL friend. Gano is also a friend, but I have an IRL friend that is Serbian. So, I don't know. It would be weird if I referred to her as Bosnian. So bears are cute. The languages have different origins and cultural histories, and the reason there is high intelligibility is due to some shared roots as well as the combining of the languages during Yugoslavia. So, similar to Portuguese and Spanish, like Portuguese, I think, began as a dialect of Spanish. So there's very high intelligibility between the two, especially if you're a Portuguese speaker. Because Portuguese is a little bit simpler, or because Spanish is a little bit simpler, rather. I would even say Brazilian Portuguese and Portugal Portuguese. That's true. Oh yeah, Gano, I didn't mean that the histories of the languages were similar, just that like because of shared roots, it is possible to understand the other language even though they are different languages. Sure, this looks good, except I made the mistake of not actually turning the formless section into fire. So I gotta do that. And I'm gonna go with fire unless one of you thinks of something better. Like I think Charon suggested water. Water, as far as I'm concerned, is just as good as fire. So whatever preference, if you guys have a preference, you let me know. Whether you think this should be water, fire, something else. I'm not gonna do bug. So, water, fire, what do you guys think? Oh, it's already 4 o'clock. Jeez. Okay, gotta speed through the rest of this. Gano votes water. Fire, water. Oh god. I will go with whoever says the next one. Pure flying? No, that would be a cloud, but which I guess would work too. But no, let's do either fire or water. All right, Megan says water. That's just gonna be water. So water is actually gonna be fairly similar to the shape that I had before, but oh, I need to erase the head too, because the head also needs to be made of water now. The water can probably communicate better with color and texture and that kind of thing. So there we go, our two poses. And time to do final lines on both of them. Can I fit both of them on the screen at the same time? Because that would make things easier. Not quite. But this is good enough. Let's do this one first. Megan, you like the room? Very nice design. You mean the room I'm in? Very nice design. It's a very nice apartment. And the couch is also very nice, yes. What's up, Sharon? While we're at it, can someone teach me Swedish in 2 sentences? Swedish in 2 sentences? Why? This stupid wheel is too complicated. I shouldn't have drawn it. Should have drawn an Arceus that doesn't have a wheel. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna spend like half more than half of the entire time of doing the outlines, only on the wheel. Everything else is so simple. The wheel is important. It looks really good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the wheel is important. I know that. And I think it looks good too. It's just a bit of a pain. Got a really nice hot sauce from Megan. It's berry flavored. Berry flavored hot sauce. I'm not a hot sauce kind of guy. But yeah, just like on it for me, spicy things. The spiciness itself doesn't really add anything, and I find that it just kind of detracts from me being able to taste the underlying flavors. So like I can handle the spice just fine. I don't know about like super spicy things, but I can handle the spice itself just fine, but I don't want to, basically is what it is. Like I just don't see the appeal of it. Just to make sure that everything stays consistent, I'm going to draw the thick lines from the other pose now as well. And then as I reduce the size of my brush for different purposes, then I'll go back and forth between them. I'm guessing that gasp was for me not liking spicy things. And not getting the appeal of spice. It was the salacious revelation that Megan and Connor are living in sin. Uh, Connor and I live together. Don't tell the elders. Oh, I see that part. But you weren't married. Okay. I wasn't sure about that, actually. I was wondering about that. I like mild sauces, the ones that taste like the peppers and not like pain. There's one that has the flavor of hatch chills, but no spice, and it tastes really good on mac and cheese. Yeah, I can see that. Like, I'm not huge on the flavor of pepper either, but it's definitely much more tolerable, much more palatable than spice for spice's sake. Bring the pain. Oh, the flavor of jalapeno is all right. Yeah, it's generally too spicy for me to enjoy it, or like things with jalapeno are generally too spicy for me to enjoy them. But yeah, the flavor itself of jalapeno is pretty good. The mayo is not spicy. Like I said, I can handle the spice just fine, and like Indigo's family is Chinese, and they have sometimes very spicy what's the name? It's like a broth kind of thing that is very spicy. Can't remember what the name is now. I can picture it, but the name isn't coming to me. And like I can eat that just fine. I just don't enjoy it. I don't. The flavor is good, but if it's too spicy, then it gets in the way of the flavor. You don't like black pepper? Like the standard kind of pepper? Like if you put a lot of it, then yeah, it's definitely too much, but I usually can barely tell when it's in there, so. in terms of flavor, at least. And actually, I guess in terms of spice as well, I find that it barely makes a difference. Indigo calls it a flavor enhancer, and since I can't taste it, then I don't mind. Ah, come on. Can't get the line to be smooth the whole way. Maybe I can do it going down. Much better. Okay. Getting close. Cool. Got that one done. There you go. Lines all done. I should probably move these guys closer to the middle since I can't fit them all on the same, all on the screen at the same time anyway. Sure to save. Now let's make a quick palette. Go ahead and hide these. Pull up. Don't need you, Bear. I need Arceus, and I want the blue beta sprite. I don't know if I will actually use the green, but I will have it. And the only other thing I want is this blue. Oh, actually, I need to do just a quick little thing here. So that I can more easily use the fill tool, I gotta close these off, basically. But this is on a layer that I will hide later, so it's fine. Oh, come on, Photoshop. All right, I just gotta close the document again. I think a blue-purple would look good. Yeah, well, it's supposed to be water, so I will probably put some variety in the color there, but I want to go with a fairly bluish blue. So, why does it look like it's highlighting, like it's selecting the wrong thing? Maybe it's right. Okay, just looks a little weird. Oh, I actually, because this is the base color, the insides of all of the squares here need to be golden as well, and it's going to be easier for me to... No, gold. Here you go. It's going to be easier for me to do it this way than filling them in one by one. With the fill tool. I mean, I am still filling them in one by one. Yeah, well, there you go. You need to stretch and drink water. We care about you. Don't worry, I'm good. I do need to actually respond to a message. No, hang on. Oh. There. I'm not sure about the dots, and I probably want the formless mass area to actually be even darker. Yeah, maybe something like that. And I definitely want the golds to be more like properly golden. A little brighter, maybe a little bit yellower. Not quite that much. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, hang on. I need to I need to respond to a message here. Okay. So will the eye be like an unknown eye? No, I actually want it to be golden. It's supposed to, like, it's definitely an unknown eye in terms of its like shape, but I want it to be like enlightened, basically. I want it to be not just actually an unknown eye. We can even have a look at what that would look like, but and actually probably the little dots should be golden too. Make everything golden. Yeah, I like this a lot, actually. I like this color combination a lot. I think it, with these colors especially, it's much more reminiscent of Arceus. but it still has the bareness, and it has the formless mass and that eye that looks out from it. Maybe a different color besides gold with psychic, pink or purple. No, I like gold. Gold is already associated with psychicness to begin with, but I think it's that like celestial, enlightened color. You can keep giving suggestions if you want, but I'm gonna apply the colors to the other pose here. Are you going to color the jewels so they each represent the type? Not in neither of these versions. No. In this one, I'm going to show one of the jewels in place. So probably the one that's at the front here. I'll make that one blue to show that it's the blue one is active, I guess. I guess I could color all of the other ones and make that one be like the complete Arceus, but that was not what I was envisioning for that one in particular. Oh, I didn't like I didn't put the gold color that I settled on. I didn't put it into my palette. I see where you're coming from. It just seems weird personally that the eye would be the same color as the wheel and boots, but that's just a personal thing. Nah. I like it. I think that it makes it more... I think that makes it consistent, I guess. So I'm guessing wheels on the boots are out of the question. Just a little. Okay, I think the blue needs to be a little bit different. A little bit darker, I think. Maybe also a little bit more saturated, and maybe also a little bit more on the cyan side. That looks good. And obviously I'm going to put like some shading, some variation in there. But that gives more contrast with the yellow, which is important. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Oh, not this one. This. Oh yeah, I'm gonna change just how the layers are done here for just a moment. Okay. Is the black one the basic Arceus? Yes. Yes, this is the basic Arceus. And I think these are done. Just need to shade them. But in terms of like figuring out what they're gonna look like, I think they're done. So I'm gonna try to do this quickly because I have some friends who are waiting for me, so. Please forgive me. How would it be? How would the dark type one be? I don't know. Maybe maybe it would be a dark purple or something like that. I did not commit to figuring out every single type here. I was gonna like, maybe I'll shade, like go back and forth with how I'm shading them, but no, it's gonna be too complicated to do that. So. It looks visually interesting. Thank you. Oh, hey, Indigo. Totally missed that. But yeah, yes, it's still going, but nearly done at this point, so. Actually, for this part, this brush will do better. Actually, just that looks okay. Don't need to do anything more than that. And I guess this is where the green can come in. Oh, you didn't pick up the green. There you go. Would a Necrozma-like color scheme work, like, for the whole thing? Like, just, or, well, I guess if you mean, like, what's it called? Ultra Necrozma? If you mean something like that, then, yeah, maybe. But I like this. Do I need to make it look glowier? Maybe that works better. How does that look? The eye. awaiting responses. Okay. You like the eye. Okay. Moving on then. I like it too. So yeah, I'm just gonna like keep it moving so that I can finish it more quickly. Oh, missed one spoke. Okay, I like this. It's funny hearing system sounds when you have them turned off for yourself. Well, I don't have them turned off for myself, so. But yeah, this looks good. I'm happy with this, and let's get this one done, hopefully as quickly. Oh, I'm gonna have to remember what the, or remind myself what the settings were that I used for the glow on this one. 0, 30, okay. Oh. Okay. I just hope it doesn't get stuck halfway through the glass. What glass? I must have missed something, and I'm sure I've missed a lot because I'm trying to concentrate on this and get through it quickly. Why do you keep doing this? I'm telling you to pick up that color. The way she had colored the eye and dots also reminds me of Truth from FMA. Full Metal Alchemist, I assume, which I am not familiar with, never watched or read that. Sorry, Gano. Is it supposed to be God? It's not. Well, I mean, it's a manifestation of the original spirit. So it is not God exactly, but it is a... It's like the first being, basically. It is a creator deity, not necessarily God as in the monotheistic God. Oh, to the true story. Okay, well, yeah, okay. I will just, like, not respond because I don't know what you're talking about. Because I haven't kept up. I'm sorry. How's that? Does that look watery enough? I'm out of here, guys. Okay. Bye, Connor. Gano made a good point on the placement of the water plate on the wheel. Currently, it looks like it's just transparent, unlike if you picked one on the left. Oh, good point. Yeah, I can do that. Gotta do it again. Close the document, open it up. Almost done though. Okay, just gotta color in the lines and that's it. I also really like how you're developing your thick outlines, watercolor, whatever you wanted to call it. Looks really cool. Yeah, this one I actually can't do it. I don't think I can pull it off, or could pull it off, quite as effectively as I can in some other ones with my style. Just because it's like the colors that I need are not super compatible to work together, and when they work together, that's when the style turns out the best, in terms of like having you know, a limited number of colors, which is something that I really like and want to continue doing. But unfortunately for this one, I figured it probably wasn't as important or as possible even. G Cube, thank you so much for the super chat. I will keep it up as much as I can. This is almost done now. What do I still need to do? I need to just keep coloring lines, I think. And I'm sorry for rushing at the end here. I did tell my friends that I would need it, that I could only make it at 4 o'clock or later, but I wasn't really expecting it to be after 5 by the time I finished, so. Takes as long as it takes. Yeah, but I didn't necessarily tell them that I might be late because I'm streaming, so. Which maybe I should have, to be clear. Do my friends know where to find my stream? In theory, they just don't necessarily know that I'm streaming because I didn't tell them directly, and also they don't follow me on Twitter. I don't think any of them even use Twitter. So, some of them may be subscribed to the channel, but I would be very surprised because they're not into Pokemon. Most of them are not. I would be very surprised if they have like notifications on or anything like that. So. Not into Pokemon, unfriend. Well, we have other shared interests. unfortunately, not everything can be about Pokemon. Unfortunately. But yeah, there you go. I'm happy with this. I think I got everything now. And I'll hide the palette, bring up the other one here. So we have base Arceus, and when I share this, I'm gonna have to like resize the base one to be a little bit smaller so that it doesn't look like it gets smaller when it gains its type. But yeah. I think it looks good. I'm really happy with the concept, and I'm very happy with the execution of the base form. And like, I think the blue clashes a little bit on the water one. I think the blue clashes a little bit with the rest of it. But the thing is that, like, it's gonna be, because of the concept, right? It's gonna have to have 18 different forms on top of the base one. So not all of them are gonna look like absolutely perfect with the colors all matching and everything. So I think this is okay. I think this works. Tips on studying Han characters, like on studying like Chinese. I don't speak Chinese at all, so I have no idea. I know some Japanese, and obviously there's like some kanji that is shared and stuff, but I don't know. I don't know if I have any tips for that. But I do gotta go. So thank you guys for watching, for hanging out with me. I will have them posted in the Discord. I'll have them posted soon. I will post these to Twitter as well eventually. Probably only when I share, when I make a video that includes this redesign. So then I'll share it. But sorry for having to kind of rush and cut things short. Not exactly cut things short, but because it's been long. But not just kind of stick around a little bit and read your messages. But thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for all the super chats. Like, whoa, that was amazing today. And I will see you. Let's see. Today is a Saturday, so Ranger stream on Wednesday, I guess. Bye.